Bloomy, thank you for the prep. Nice that like killing spree is like affordable now too. It's like in the middle of the tree and not the end. It's always more fun to have more buttons. Refuse to cloak. The only thing I miss is the old Roll the Bones tier set, where you get to like keep a Roll the Bone. I have my cloak, I was just being really greedy. Not rare, is it? I have no idea with Outlaw yet. The other thing that's also kind of awkward is I probably could have killing spree instead. But... BTE check? That was some BTEs right there. Spam BTE. I don't know, I only want to play sub. This spec has even more RNG than it used to. Oh, I think I banned Meta's name forever ago, even when he was still Blue Drew. I banned a lot of controversial people so people don't drama bait. Like I banned Crusader's name, your name, and yeah, a bunch of other people that are annoying sometimes. We're just like people that drama bait excessively in terms of like, you know, viewership. Not you specifically, but you know, hate watchers of everyone. Wait, Game Mail Grayson got? Yeah, about League of Legends. Not playing Disarm, oops. Well, it's just like the victim complex of it all, too. Just funny. Probably just gave up, I guess. Take it. Follow the PV pad. Nice, I flipped some coins for extra damage. Gonna get that cast off because I pressed Killing Spree. $600k DPS right now? Okay. Make it a re? Hell yeah. might be dead here. I have a disarm for warrior, but yeah. I'm not sure how the guy died, but okay. 13 mil blade flurry. That's pretty good. Blade flurry. I don't break the tap. Blade flurry back up. Not let the SP have any fun real quick. Warrior just dies because he's wearing 6 mil HP instead of 8. He just doesn't have gear on or something. Oh, I get to keep a cold blood from last round? Okay. I don't know why these weak warriors aren't loading though. All the ones for sub work. Try this way. So now they work. Waiting to get his trinket, but he's not triggering. I think the one that does damage, just the peel. I'll banish them soon enough. Try to kick the sleep, but I couldn't. Okay, I should just win here, but we're dead. That sucks. That's the only round the undergeared warrior gets, I guess. But it's still 2 warriors training an SP, even if the guy's like mentally AFK. Almost all of his damage was just time dilation. This round should be a stomp though. Outlaw seems like it's doing good damn, but I'm also really low on Lamar because it's like my first 2 games of Outlaw. So it's kind of like people that are kind of too heavy to carry a little bit until I like win in 1 or 2 lobbies. Kill them all. Can I carry the green geared warrior, even though there's vendors for gear, who also has no trinket? Oh, he's dead. He lives. Can't gouge trinket for 5, it's on CD. I don't like this vanish here, but gouge the Ore Mastery heal. Rest in peace, the subterfuge I really needed. Focus shift the warrior for the slow. Need the shaman, go for the triple kill. Flank spree out of the root. I have a blind, but it's gonna break. Farm warrior when he gets out of Bladestorm. Or that's our Bladestorm. They're just on top of each other. Wasn't sure if they gave Fury fucking Bladestorm or not. So Siphon insta. Okay. I don't know. It still has all the same problems that Dragonflight has. Doesn't feel that different. At least Outlaw feels a little different. Sub is like 99% the same. GG, man. I still much prefer Kata. 300% crit stays? I don't know. I think pacing is really slow still, so maybe. Unless you're like, you have multiple broken classes in one game. Like if it's like all Ellies and DKs and Warlocks and Frost Mages, maybe people die, but anything else, it's pretty slow paced. Wonder if Count the Odds is good. I don't think I can afford it though. I mean, it might be better than Blade Rush and Greenskin, to be honest. Sub feels okay, kind of, but I didn't really have partners I liked, so I just gave up and didn't even push the last day of the season. The mage I usually like push with the end of season, Sakwin, he's an EU mage. I used to play with him a lot in Olympics, and then I started playing with him in Mason a lot. He had IRL stuff come up and just didn't play the whole last week, like he said he was going to. And then I sent some YOLO games with Melon and some YOLO games with JBZ, and it didn't feel close, and then I just gave up. Should have taken the games with P-Make like a week before the season ended a little more seriously, I guess. But I didn't think Sakwin was going to ditch. But that was when I was grinding my 150 wins, so I don't know. I kind of grinded the wins for nothing. But I pushed Shuffle rank 1 in a day, so we got Shuffle at least. I don't like opening without AR. I'm just going to wait. Oh. Typed that a little too late. I think they're just going to nerf the outliers of like DKLE. And then it's just going to get really slow paced again. Like high MMR, we're still having 2 to 3 minute high dampening shuffle rounds. And that's with the broken classes doing double my dam. That's why I don't put Subrug in like S tier. You have micro CC, like if you're Calvish or Waz or something and you play perfect and you do really, really good micro CC, yeah, you can definitely carry games and cheese a lot of people, but you can't dual solo anything, even with blades, that has no trinket and it's not even an orc. Unless it's like another rogue or windwalker, maybe. Nothing else can die like that. Like, yeah, I guess you could dual 20-0 someone with your teammates shooting airborne into it as well, but most times you're just dueling for CC. Like, your CC is good, your mobility is broken. But, yeah, there's all the actual S tier specs just do double your dam, so. I wanted a killing spree out of that Nova so bad, but I got DB'd. I mean, that's just the nature of SP, right? It's the nature of Sebro too, where it's like you get a 4 melee Fiesta lobby and everything goes bad. Like SP, you get like a quadruple or 3 melee training you and you're just on the casting couch. Like there's no way you're playing with like a Fury Warrior Death Knight on you, you know? I mean, that's how SP is usually in tournaments too, right? It's usually just an inferior Warlock and it just gets counterpicked by Warriors. Like WizK's like the only one that makes it work, him and Prev. That's nothing new. It's either SP is completely immortal, oppressive, all instacast, and you're seeing people play double SP and everyone's a robot like Pokemons, or you know, and people aren't doing good at pre-MDs on CC, and people aren't gripping into like CC into AoE to break, like, or it's just it has to cast and it gets ran at by warriors. There's like no in between. I mean, I guess there's usually both. Even when it's fancy, it's still always countered by warrior. Not defending it, but just saying it's nothing new. I think there's just too many fear break mechanics in the game. Fear is it's definitely the worst CC category by far. Clone is just better than fear in every way. Like the duration is way too short for the positional requirement. Like a full fear on, or a half fear on Kata is longer than a full fear on retail. Like there's no way like crossing the map and stuff for a 6-second fear is usually good. When there's like AoE Zerker Rage, Tremor. Nullifying, like there's just, so many things you have to like deal with. I'm not sure if the enchant's on the beta. I don't know if I always had Holy Fire or if I got this at 21 or not. So you got Jukin? Yeah. I don't think I have a Helm enchant on. I didn't know there was one. Oh, you're talking about on Kata. I use Rizal. Sure why I kicked into that. You play Asa? I don't have my bar set up for Asa yet. I don't really enjoy Asa either. It's just the most boring spec. I don't even consider it to be playing Rogue. Just run around. It's a easier Feral Druid. You just run around, you tab, bleed everything, but you don't actually have to clone or anything good. Like, disrespectful to Rogues as a class, if it's ever viable. It's like wanting Locks to play Demo or wanting Warriors to play Fury. Like, it's just bad for the game. Like, I've already had to gun to my head play Asa so many expansions in a row. And I'm bored of it. I like, at least like Outlaw's kind of in the middle, where it's like halfway a dumb PV spec, and then you can still pretend that you're a sub-rogue in CC sometimes. Because you're not perma-dotting everything. I think you need to revamp CC a little bit. Give every healer way more ways to outplay CC and way shorter CDs on CC. So that they're contributing to the win with CC and avoiding CC rather than just random damage. Like, I think like Ardred spamming Moonfire and stuff is dumb. It just makes it harder to gouge, and it's just bad design all around. It breaks a bunch of other CCs too. So like I would give Shamans like 30-second burrow that doesn't last as long. I would like, you know, maybe make Searing Glare like instant or something. Or just like really fast cast time. Like almost MD level fast. Shaman, I feel like it has enough tools for stopping CC, but maybe they would like need more aggro tools. Like maybe Static Totem needs to be like shorter CD and less buggy and harder to kill. Yeah, Spectral guys, maybe you could make a comeback for Priest. And then just give healers more, you know, baseline CC tools they can get, and double Dispel baseline as well. And then you could rebuff all the CC back to 8 that were nerfed. And, you know, you can kill triple DR, because no one likes doing a third sheep or third clone or third stun. And then you can make DRs take 20 instead of 18 to reset. Like, they could tweak CC chains in other ways than duration. Because, like, the value of CC per global to damage per global is just off. So just padding is, like, better. And there's just too many passive perma-wide, team-wide dots for procs where it's just like, oh, my Throatglaive bounced on the whole team. Oh, Flame Shock spread on the whole team. Oh, Purge the Wicked. You know, like, all those kind of things are just bad. But if healers are just, like, have the Priest effect of, like, oh, I faded that. Oh, I death this. And every healer felt that way. And we're all outplaying CC actively and landing game-winning CCs every 30 seconds. Like, they could give Druid 30-second bash. That would just be way more interactive. And people would actually be playing the video game. And if they did that, the game would be more fun. More ways to outplay CC, double Dispel, more ways to land CC. Break the whole PvE meta. Completely separate PvE and PvP by like having a PvP server where you can't leave World PvP Island or whatever. And, you know, and that way you could like make a whole different PvP talent tree where there's no Mythic plus AoE bullshit. Less defensives that you can use while CC'd. So it's actually an outplay to preemptively do something. Like, cheat death is stupid. Like, passives in general are bad. Like, obviously, it's okay to have some passives, like Nature's Guardian or like Auto Frenzy, even maybe somehow, like, but. I mean, the game is just getting less and less popular, right? They're just alienating who's left. And there's a reason why Kata had so much hype when it came back, because people actually like playing the game. It's just Kata also suffers from PvE gear, dynamic DRs, dodge RNG, which I still prefer it even with those weaknesses. It's just, I don't always have people on to queue, and there's not like solo content. Good killing spree out of this route, even though it was DR, or like not full combo points. So I'm just gonna save it. It's probably better to break out of it though. I'd actually be dead. I didn't get the gouge, or I should have just blinded, but I thought I could get in front of him fast enough, but could be okay. I'm gonna wait on my Crimson Vial to open. Not sure what broke Mana Stealth, but at least we get another re. You dead here? Can't get in range to blind. I think also another thing is like barrier to entry is way too high, right? Like they need to come up with like a default keybind set and like default UI that's actually good. Did you get buffed? Nah. I'm just playing Iron Stomach and Drink Up Me Hardy. Like the Calvish 1v1 old dual tournament build. And I have the extra 5% stamina. So it's 45, but it's like 5. So it's like 8 mil health and then like an extra 30% buff from those two. And then I also had Vanish for Soothing Darkness, 8% heal too. I mean, that's what Dragonflight and stuff is generally. It's just a lot of over animated shit all over your screen. Even if you turn all the pet nameplates off and stuff, it's just all clutter every game. There's not much visual fidelity. There's just too much pets, too much Michael Bay explosions. There's no like highlights on the good play outside of maybe like precog being a good animation. Next to my Blade Flurry so I don't break that. I mean, yeah, default UI is like a really important thing. Like, edit mode completely missed the mark. Like, ideally, big debuffs should be baseline. XP on this. It's bugged. I'm at 2 wins. 2 out of 2. It's just counting like a previous lobby or something. I don't know. Ever saying a 1200 or lower argument is hilarious to me. So the game should just suck for the other literal 85% of the player base. That's like saying, oh, Iron players in League think there shouldn't be minions or cannons. Because it's too much to manage the wave. Why should you have to, like, you know, learn how to freeze or learn how to shove or wave or reset a wave, you know? We should just get rid of minions. We can make jungle the only role. Because even challengers like is like usually 1600, right? And that's like meant to be top 30%. And you're like going off like below that, or like top 70. I don't even know if I have it backwards or not. Because 1200 or lower is it obviously depends on the season, right? There could be seasons where like 3K is number 1, and there could be seasons where like 3600 is number 1. So rating never ever measures anything anyway. That's like something that really needs to change too. Like, that's why people always go off CR, because someone could be 2800 XP and actually be like a 2K player. But it's like, oh, they just played the one super inflated season or something, you know? Outlaw buffed or something? Nah, I'm just lower MMR. testing it out too. I want sub to be the best, but yeah. Testing stuff out. And my queues were too long as sub broke. I wanted to see if I could just get quicker queues. We're going 10-0 in this lobby? True. No, I'm using that with better Blizz frames. Better Blizz frames and plates are half my UI. But yeah, it's a setting for old combo points. The import to the add-on is on my Discord as well. Especially with like all the buffs I'm blacklisting. Outlaw's best it seems now. I'm just playing way lower MMR. I don't know yet though. Acid probably will end up being this. If anything though. But it's, the PV meta is never gonna change until they like separate PV from PvP. And like tone down all the AoE and buff CC. But the class design didn't change that much. Like hero talents are just more passives and that's about it. Didn't get to keep my subterfuge, feels bad man. Somehow I couldn't kick Pally there even though I was spamming it. Everyone's wise enough to just only CCing me. That's why I play Flurry so I don't break blind. Had to gouge off that too. I'm just testing it out. That's funny watching everyone put like sub rogue in S tier when it's like not even doing half the damage of the real S tier specs. Like Ellie and DK and Warlock and Frostmage and like. And it still has all the same class design problems of everyone perma-dots the healer for no reason and doesn't let you gouge in shuffle. Or people will whine that it's like the best 1v1 spec. Even though it's not even the best 1v1 spec. Yeah, I've already won 7 out of 5 games, I'm just that good. Definitely not a bug or anything. It's only gonna count as how many wins I actually get. I'm not gonna get extra wins. It's a graphic bug. 4 different CCs on me at the same time, man. Be dead air unless I get the killing spree off offensively. Now we're fine. I don't even know if Observer works on heals. Probably don't even need to kill it as double melee. Nice rep off the Stormbolt. I don't have to go gouge. I was accidentally playing Disarm that round too. My damage was kind of low that round. That was just perma couldn't move. At least I let the warrior have all the fun. I was just DPS check. Yeah, that's pretty much it, BBQ. He paints up himself. That's funny. I can feel the MMR. It is palpable. Yeah, it's low, Mar. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm the one that couldn't move. I was just getting demo locks the entire game. I will be off in a couple more lobbies. I'm just 2300 on both my sub-rooks, and the Qs don't pop anymore. So I'm trying Outlaw. I don't have any CDs, so I might just die in the open. Oops, I did at one point, so I was trying to dance. That's awkward. Turns out I can't start the duel with no trinket, no evasion to Incarn triple stun. I almost kited him to death, but... I mean, that's how a 6-0 goes, right? Just kind of a player diff, I'm sorry. I'll get out of the MMR in a couple games. Wish there was like a target dummy I could like farm my adrenaline rush CD up for duels. I need like the turnip toy or whatever. Like, Drink Up Me Hearty AoE heals everyone in the duels. That's funny. How's Outlaw feel? It's interesting. It feels identical to Dragonflight also. The only difference is I can actually afford killing spree. It was like at the top of the tree. And then I have Cold Blood, randomly. But the hero talents, I don't feel like I'm actively playing that much around them. And maybe if I was Trickster, I would like shove the killing spree early to like try to farm Coup de Grace more in between goes, but... I don't have as many CDs as I thought I did. I'm gonna die here then. I have Cloak, I'm just being kind of greedy. That's the Cloak. God, the Crimson Vial heals him for so much with the talent. I remember trying Outlaw Rogue Mage 2s with this, and it did so much healing. I did 40% of his health bar with that. Cold Blood killing spree? Yeah, but I'm playing the Cold Blood now only benefits dispatch. But it's a shorter CD or whatever. Or no, it's the same CD, but... Yeah, right now I'm playing Iron Stomach, Drink Up Me Hearty. That's kind of what Calv would do in Outlaw dueling tournaments. To just heal way more. Even though this is meant to be AoE healing teammates, it's extra 5% for yourself. So it gives you basically a 30% improved Crimson Vial. Kind of how you 1v1 as Outlaw. I wouldn't play it in Arena though. Because dampening and Mortal Strike and everything. I don't have AR, so this is probably going to be an L, but... It's going to be a really sloppy opener without having it. Should have switched to Smoke Bomb instead of Disarm. From my rotation off the bet. And it's still Veins. I probably should just Cloak. Did a lot of damage. Have heal in 3. Might still be dead here though. Got the heal off. Any new peep counts? Nope. You just have a couple new passives under hero talents, and that's about it. Now I just Cold Blood for Dispatch with this. They're just creating dispatches from, or you could play T and drop Cold Blood, but I like Lethality. And just play T. And then go this instead. I don't know what's better yet. But I just don't have a good bind for T, because my Between the Eyes bind is my T bind. Subrogue seems okay. I don't know how good it is, though. Everyone's like crying that it's like S tier, but all the S tier specs do double its damage, so I don't know. And everyone's still perma-dotted, so it's really hard to gouge and shuffle. I'm just trying Outlaw out. Seems like the damage is a lot higher than Subrogue though. Even without Blade Flurry pad. My Subrogue got a little better when I figured out the whole that you have to rush Secret Tech if you play Trickster. Like Deathstalker felt okay if your teammates are insane. Even though it's really Rupture Patty. If your teammates were actually letting you gouge and micro CC on DR and didn't break anything, then it felt good. You were a little less behind on PV pad damage. and it made your micro CC like more effective at picking who you actually want to go. But 99.9% of lobbies, even if you're number one in the world MMR, are gonna grief you, because everyone knows how to play against a sub-rogue, but no one knows how to play with a sub-rogue. And you know, SPs are gonna play stun and waste your stun DR. You know, our druids are gonna moonfire the healer for 20k extra pad damage, and you know, it's just perma dots are gonna be on the healer, and you're never gonna be able to gouge anything, and it's just not how it goes. So if you want to actually kill people, Trickster is more burst if you make a weak aura for coup de grace and you track this and you play around it. And you rush the secret early so that you can get 2 stacks. So you can go to really quickly to 4 stacks. Like if you open with strike, then do a go, secret, get 2 more stacks, then you're at 3 out of 4. And then the ICD is almost up to get the 4th, and then you just kind of send a big go. Or you auto attack proc the 4th with the slice and dice thing. The provoker outdamaged both of us. He did a 3 mil fire breath. The fire breath almost did more than the sub-rogue. That was a big secret tech though. I don't care about disarm on Outlaw, so I'm still just shooting my gun. I got lucky procs. He duels me, so I can't go Kenny the healer for CC. Gonna lose my AR because of that cheap shot. Yeah, lucky. Might actually be dead here. Nice cocoon. Farm the blades. Only time sub-rogues matter. Dragon fakes me. Can you bomb rogue when I'm out of this? My Windwalker could die this global though, we probably lose this round. Or not, he lives. Very energy starved here. This is where T would actually be kind of good for the full blood. He gets nullies up, I can't really stop it. Blind me for cross. Farm rogue because he's going with the kidney. Gotta trigger this. Half kidney. Duels defensively. Actually, it's offensively. My Windwalker tanks it. It wasn't blades. Kidney for CC in 1. Breaks to random pad dots. I get kited. This whole AR has been microed. I think it's here for sure. Yeah, the Windwalker's pretty heavy. It's pretty weak right now. I have a disarm for rogue, I just have to move my character. I get warrior crit. Drop. I'll try to disarm warrior instead of rogue because he's in execute range. They're CCing me more than the fucking healer. I mean, the Windwalker actually almost topped him there. He actually did. Details was just lying. Low MMR, but Windwalkers confirmed. Gaslighters? No, okay. I don't think Windwalkers are that strong right now. I think he just had perma AoE the entire game. I should have had more Blade Flurry than I did, I think, but... I should have just gone OP Cloak and just cloaked disarms and shit. I was CC'd way too much. Never gonna get a good smoke bomb in that lobby. Sap his metal, but I couldn't. Might get dueled here. Duels my warrior. Fire breath. And roll. Sync cap. I disarmed into evasion, I think. Not sure how it didn't land otherwise. Oh, gouge for 5. Thought I did. Subterfuge. Pull this cloak this late. Be the most meta spec? Probably Asa. But it's way too early to tell. There's no real answer, but They haven't really done tuning yet. We got him like 4 lobbies in a row yesterday, but everyone's just been lose trading with him on their team, like out of honor, to make him stop playing. Because the guy's just been non-stop exploiting all day, every day, and it's just like, people got bored of it, ruining the lobby, so everyone just takes the gear off and runs it down mid when they're on his team. And after like 4 times of getting into it, he stopped fucking exploiting, so yesterday at least. Maybe he's back already. But I haven't been playing high MMR, so I started playing Outlaw to test it. It was funny though, because he was typing to me in broken English all mad, like, fuck you, NA! We got into like 4 times. It wasn't even my idea, it was like an SP's idea. It's like, we just you know. Like, I would never do something like that on the real game, but on a beta, if you're just gonna literally exploit for days straight and just ruin the ability to play the beta for everyone else, you kinda deserve it. Defensive killing spree should be okay. I got his dead here though. I'm using S-Arena, the Zaryu layout. S-Arena updated by Sammers 2 or whatever on CurseForge. How you doing, PJ? This was just a 6-0 for the Warrior. Feels very similar to Dragonflight on sub and Outlaw, but I have no interest in playing Asa right now. Asa's probably going to be the best though, I'm so bored of it. Like that, nice. Sure. Might sap healer off that if I can get my vanish back in time. The monk just dies before I even get the sap. I mean, sub should be the best spec, yeah. But we're always in a PV meta every expansion nowadays. And the Windwalker's doing good damn, actually. But yeah, he's kind of dying. That's what Windwalkers do. My Cold Blood's just bugged. I'm stuck at 2 charges. It's not like auto casting them like it should with the Between the Eyes. Oh, now it does. A little scary for me here. Good rescue. Does on me no trinket. I'm not an orc. I just tank it. Feel the whole blades. Most of my AR gets peeled though, so it's kind of an even split. I have evasion and like 3 finishers if I live. I don't think I do though. Come on, I'm fine. Build my healer for CC, but I'm fine. Windwalker's not fine though. The rotation is like super energy starved right now and weird. Kind of been on the back foot for a second. I just shouldn't have sent the on use or anything. Or Cold Blood, I mean. I'll trigger this, peel the dance, even though it's not blades. Yeah, I dropped that even though that wasn't full combo points. Now the Rob from into the room is good too. Might still be dead here though. Storming Warrior might have been better than the Storming Rogue there. I have Cloak in 1. He's just soloing the road. I vanish off this, but I should get it off his time dial. I'm dying through time dial. Wouldn't I? Well, at least I denied the Warriors for 1 round somehow. But he's doing the most damn by sure. Alan's working, some are, yeah. Now you just have to get different versions of it, right? There's like a diminish by Jasa. You just get Curseforge and like link your beta to Curseforge, and then you just go to the beta section of it. My Omnibar still doesn't work. Yeah, there's an Esserita that works, and then there's a diminish that works. And then Better Blizz, frames, and plates work. How's work feel? I don't know. Some people are saying subs S tier, but I think it's like A tier. I haven't played Asa. Asa will probably end up being the best though. It's because all 3 specs feel the same as Dragonflight for the most part, and Asa was the best in Dragonflight. So it's an awkward opener because I didn't have AR. Yeah, just eye beam. Tried to blind the hunt there. I didn't get it off though. See if he rage trinkets this for no reason. Hope he has a pulse. Guess we survived the big meta. Or we just kill him off this. Okay, apparently you can't meld killing spree. That shouldn't have been that long, I just had to wait like half the duel for Adrenaline Rush. So there's no way to reset my CDs. Not exactly. At first, Diminish wasn't even letting me go into the add-on, but I copied my save variables folder for Diminish, and that seemed to help too. I copied my settings when I did that. I just had to copy part of my folder over. No, the normal rogue complainers think it is, but I think that's like the people that put like 10 specs in S tier, right? S tier is can you compete with how broken Ellie, Death Knight, Frost Mage, and Warlock are? Do I think Sub Rogue is at that level? Fuck no. Not even close. So it's A tier. It's really, really good. You have all the micro CC if people actually let you use it and don't perma dot the healer for no reason. But it doesn't automatically double everyone's damn win on accident every game. It's not immortal. I mean, it is immortal, but yeah. Most specs in the game are immortal. Like, the only squishy spec in the game is maybe, like, Windwalker. Maybe DH. Nah, I don't even think DH is that squishy compared to Windwalker. Armor Druid and Dragon are the best healers by a lot. Fury is also S tier, yeah.
Oh, what a game! Gosh, man, these are some of the best games ever. Oh! Oh, what a game!
I didn't think it would actually open. Little Poop's insane. Should just ban to keep my Adrenaline Rush there. Might just die off this. I'm off Sundeer. Not Blades, but 40-0 on a non-orc should be possible in 3 stuns. Oh, another rogue is ganking me. Fucked up. I got ganked by the other rogue. I actually might have lived there. Yeah, Ardred is by far the best healer, even with the nerfs. And then Dragon's also really broken. And then they buffed Disc a lot, but I still don't think it's at their level. I'd say like Dragon and Ardred are S tier. And then like Disc is like A tier, and then all the other healers are like B or C that I've seen. I've only seen a couple shamans, so I don't actually know where they're at. Holy Pally seemed like dog shit. Like not even remotely close. But that might be a tuning problem. Mistweaver might be an A. I don't know. It didn't seem that terrible if you have seen. It's still nowhere near Ardroid or Dragon, but yeah. If I asked it once, maybe.
Maybe someday you will try Asa once laughing face.
I played it enough in BFA and last expansion. It's just boring. I don't really like running around tab dotting people. Feral doesn't seem that bad, but it's kind of in rogue territory. It might be a little below rogue in A, but I don't think it's like anywhere in the same universe as Death Knight or Fury or DK. Like I said, I think Rhett might be better than Feral too. Well, maybe not. I don't know how I feel about Rhett yet. It seems immortal as usual. And it's still a ranged class for no reason, and it still has all of the stupid defensive utility. But I don't feel like I'm being Swifty one-shot by it the whole game, so... And I don't feel like it's topping damage every single round. While being trained. Windwalker seems terrible. I think Windwalker is probably the worst melee. I've seen it top damage once or twice, but yeah. It's one of the only specs in the game that are squishy. And I feel like it has too much AoE that's breaking CC, maybe. It's like really feast or famine on if you get the AoE off or not. They gotta get buffed, maybe, yeah. I think they're just gonna nerf the truly broken things like Ellie and Death Knight more. And then the game is just gonna be really slow paced. Because they tend to slow the game down rather than speed it up. Like they always omega nerf things rather than buff the weak. But they'll probably like buff Windwalker damage or something. Also, all the Windwalkers are, in general, everyone on the beta is just playing Alliance. Like, them being able to die might completely get fixed by just being an orc. Just triggered a gouge. The backpedal fear me. Hell yeah. I'm actually able to lose to this guy. That's kind of crazy. I did get hit with the Plunderstorm Star Bomb though. Yeah, I'm enjoying Sub way more than I'm enjoying Outlaw so far, though. But that's just because I always enjoy Sub more. Like, I think there's like more playing around the Trickster that's fun for Sub, with like counting coup de grace stacks and stuff. I don't really interact with any of these honor talents, I feel like, or hero talents. Thanks, Virtual. I've been growing it out for a few years. What am I dueling? Dragon? Okay. Don't have AR here, but it'll be fine. Oh, he's a healing dragon. No, he doesn't have Dragon Rage. Oh, he is a healing dragon, okay. For some reason I thought I saw Dragon Rage. It was just Life Spark proc, apparently. That's the first time I've actually killed a healer in a duel. I was doing 600k DPS. Playing Kata soon if I have healers and people to play, but I got IRL dinner plans in like 3 hours, so today might be only like a 6-hour stream. But I did an 11-hour yesterday, so we're pumping. Me and Earpugs have just been playing phone tag of having IRL stuff. He had like an IRL day, and then I had like an IRL day, and then I have a dinner plan, and then he had an IRL day. So, every time I ask Haas, he never has a third for Josito. And I don't think Aegis has really been playing that much Kata. Oh, I prefer Kata still, but, you know, the viewership is higher right now just because War Within is kind of new, even though it's not out yet, but I don't know. Gotta do what pays the bills. I'm gonna still prio the end of Kata season and gearing and Kata and everything, because I think Kata is just more fun. But I don't think War Within will last that much more than like a month or two, unless it's like, it'll have spikes of like AWC. But that's about it. But I don't think I'll have a good team for AWC anyway, so no point in taking it seriously. There's not enough musical chairs. So I don't multi-class enough. I love competing though. If I did have like an actual team I really liked and respected. I'd rather they just do more Kata tournaments though. We almost won that Kata tourney and it was really fun. With people, like more retail people only being even better than they were before, a second Kata tourney would be insane. Especially if there was like more RMPs. Like I'd love to play like an RMP mirror against Calvish. Even though Majidin would probably ditch me and I would lose just because they would have Majidin and I wouldn't. It's a lot of gearing and leveling and stuff, for sure. But and there's, you know, PV gear, RNG on dodges and, you know, dynamic DRs and stuff that's annoying, but it's worth it. because CC actually matters and the games are shorter and faster paced. It's not entirely just reactive weak aura gameplay. You don't really need 5 million weak auras on your screen. Doing your rotation is like simple rather than rotation being 90% of the gameplay. All that matters is like being quick about CCing people's trinkets and, you know, doing good swaps, good interrupts, good positioning. Everyone's not Dragon Ball Z teleporting over the map every single global. Especially if you just want to get the rewards and then Mob comes out, you know? I don't know, Blitz isn't that fun to me. Because it'll be impossible to ever balance it. One team's gonna have like LA Death Knight, Boomy, Lock, and the other team's gonna be like Rogue Warrior Hunter. And unless you like force make comps, it just won't be good. Elite sets, Glad mounts, you know. Transmog. You wanna look cool for Mop, right? Mop's gonna be great if they do it. I played this 1v1 weird. I think I'm just dead. Mostly because I didn't have Adrenaline Rush. Let him fist my killing spree. I didn't expect to die there, that's crazy. I don't know, Eye of the Storm feels unplayable, and then ninjaing Nose doesn't feel respectable enough, because if you just lose the team fights, you just lose the game. And I think it's just, it might have some charm right now, because there's not a billion add-ons and weak auras. Like spoon feeding, like what nodes are attackable and better timers that are like cleaner than the default UI and stuff like that. Like if it was just Cop Mogu and like Silver Shard and Deep Wind Gorge, maybe it would be okay. But I think flag carry maps are bad, and I think Eye of the Storm is like unplayable, like I said. Like what I originally liked it when it was a brawl, when it was like first announced, just testing it out. Because I liked the idea of all the power-ups, like the shadow sights for finding rogues, and like, you know, getting stealth on a class that's not meant to have stealth, and like all the little power-ups and stuff. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But and when the mounts were way quicker before they nerfed the mount speed and all that, they kind of trimmed down anything kind of unique. I think it's also just a format where it's harder to be an individual solo carry out of like 8 people. Like in a 2s or 3s game, you're half or 30% of the team, right? There's not much you can actually do to solo carry. And I think comps are just going to play way too big of a role. One comp just has a better PV comp than the other one. I'm not going to have a 20% higher win rate than another rogue because I like CC healers more or get faked on my kick less. Which is going to be completely an RNG gambling bracket. It's not really what I'm about. Like, Shuffle is already too much of a fiesta. Even though you can have higher win rates in Shuffle just by like adapting to how your team is reaping you. You gonna bring the blank, not bad. Outlaw feeling pretty good. It's okay. I could have got more Blade Flurry there. Oh, I think wrong spec. So weird that Fury has Blade Storm now. I guess that lowers my negative opinion of Fury, because I think Blade Storm is the main skill expression for Warrior. So it's good that they both have it, but weird. I've seen a couple hunters. It didn't seem that terrible. I don't think it's near S tier at all. Most things that just aren't Ellie, Death Knight, Frost Mage, Warlock are just kind of nowhere near comparable. They just don't pad hard enough. I would say Devoker might almost be there, kind of. Probably not. But what's rooting me this entire game? I think White Druid's just dead here. did it. Nice AoE stun. The triple stun from DH, saving my ass. Warrior's top dam was time dial. 7.2 mil time dial, holy hell. My killing spree missed somehow on the druid who was in a stun. I can still blade flurry through Trank apparently, good to know. Crystal nerfed. Some people are saying it's 200 again, I don't know. Even with the Between the Eyes does quadruple damage and 200% crit, Between the Eyes is still only doing like 400k. It's kind of low. Healers melt? Not always. It's just a cleave. Cleaves are always smirky. Like they can definitely max range shield through stuff, but I enjoy Kata more. It's just viewership's higher with the beta right now. And I don't always have solo content because people only play end of seasons. Because inflation is a terrible system where you could be #1 on ladder and it's not safe the last 2 weeks of season. So once you're full gear, most people just stop because it's like a waste of their time to play. Unless they're a streamer or like a booster or something like. Most people just lose the incentive to keep playing. And I don't think the answer is make gearing take longer either, because that's just bad for the barrier to entry problem. The game just needs to be fun enough that people want to play perma regardless, you know, with no downtime. People seem to just only play the end of seasons. So kind of beta's the only way I could play the game early in the day. I just don't have queues on Kata every day right now. The egg hasn't really been playing that much. And then Josito never has a third. Floor mat's barely on, and then Majordan usually already has queues. He's a busy guy. I don't have a dot as Outlaw, so he gets to get away for free. Feels bad. Oh, he's actually staying for the 1v1. I might actually die here. I didn't think he would try. I mean, it's not blades, but... Oh, the warrior broke my 1v1. Badge. Yeah, shorter seasons would be good. I liked what they did in Legion, where it was just 6 seasons. Even if the gearing treadmill doesn't really need new gear, like... I mean, they could cap PvE gear at a certain item level, and then nerf your season, like, if they split it into 2 seasons, right? They could just, like, nerf your previous season gear, and then just, like, make you regrind it. Like, let's say like 480 is the max PV item level, right? And you have 480 PvP gear. And then they were just like, oh, your 480 PvP gear just became 460 for no reason because we made 2 seasons for 1 season. And then, you know, remade it to where all PV gear is capped at like 460 also or something. That way you don't have to mess up scaling, you don't have to worry about PvP gear being better than PvE gear. I think in Legion when there was 2 seasons, there just wasn't upgrades, period, which is also a good approach. But I think the idea of getting upgrades is still exciting for people for like a month. So I'd rather they just kind of nerfed PvP gear going into like a second duplicate season to just do 2 seasons. Yeah, but item level still affected the templates. Templates just meant you didn't get to pick your stats. It was like, oh, I'm stuck with this amount of haste on the sub-rogue, even though haste is useless. And there was no expression of changing anything besides picking what legendary effects you wanted, but the legendaries didn't even work in Arena either. So. Yeah. Shorter seasons is pretty important for just keeping people playing. People tend to only play the beginning and end of a season. But also, the big problem with that is just inflation in general. It's too meaningless in the middle of the season, and it's too aggressive late in the season. So, like, the average... It's not even, like, a rank 1 problem of, like, oh, my rank 1 isn't safe, you know? Like, it's not even that. It's just, like, the average noob or whatever that's like, oh, I'm 2k right now, but if I wait 3 months, I'll be 2-4 and get my glad. Why should I try to hit 2-4 when I can just wait a couple months? It's not worth my time. I'm too busy with work, school, you know? And it's like, why try to be top 2 percentile when I can just be top 10 percentile? If I'm just patient. So it's like just a shitty system where I think, and it also just kind of creates the level of different ratings not being realistic in different seasons, right? Where I was talking about earlier, where like a 2800 XP player might be a 2K player because they just played a super inflated 3600 season, not a super deflated 3K season. And that's why people go off of CR. And the ratings should feel identical every single season. You know, 3K peak CR should be the same meaning every single season. You know, like being Challenger, or being Grandmaster, or being Diamond. I mean, obviously, League, that analogy doesn't fully translate just because they kept making more ranks when they made Iron and when they, like, made Masters and Grandmasters and stuff like that. Or when they expanded Diamond. But the ranks should feel consistent season to season, so that people don't feel like they got worse and quit, or feel like they got better undeservedly, and then get mad when they're brought back down to earth. And I think inflation is just a big part of that. It's too much variables season to season. It's just a shitty system. It doesn't reward you for playing the whole season. And that's why people complain so much about the 150 wins at the end of season. Because why would you play the middle of the season? You got your gear in 1 month. And then you AFK'd 3 months. Like, the only reason to play the middle of the season is to have the 150 wins bare minimum requirement to be eligible. But I think, like, just having a system of, you know, no inflation whatsoever, having the ratings be consistent season to season, and then just having, like, MMR decay and match decay while having shorter seasons. Like, I know it's better to have, like, a positive to some people than a negative with decay, but, and people will just play the minimum, the games they need to not decay, but you can also just turn rating decay on at a certain level. Like, maybe you only decay above, like, Gladiator or something. Like, if with no inflation, 3K is generally the top of the ladder or something like that, then you could even make it higher than that and be like, you only decay to 2.7 or something like that. while also doing shorter seasons. But I think if it was like decay instead of inflation, ratings meant the same season to season, and the seasons were just shorter, I think activity would be a lot better. But there also just needs to be no downtime whatsoever. There needs to be World PvP Island where you just respawn in random locations and just free range World PvP while you're waiting in queue. With a safe area to duel where your duels reset. I'm not talking some PvE island like Timeless Isle, where people are just farming mounts and you're ganking PvEers. I'm talking about like a PvP island for PvPers specifically. No PvE stuff, you know. They did that, and I'm just running around like 1v2ing people. Maybe even put like restrictions on like how many people you could be in a group with. People aren't just like raid grouping, you know, for if you're capped at like 3 or 5 people or something. But ideally, there should be no downtime in the game, right? That's how you get people truly interested. Is if they're just full on, you know, oh, I'm World PvP, and oh, I got a double DPS 2's game solo queue. Oh, now I got a 3v3 solo queue. That's melee range healer only with high match quality. And yeah, I had to wait longer as a melee, but at least I had shit to do while I was waiting. Then CC would just matter more. Because it wouldn't be 4 melee just jerking it, PvEing each other, and it wouldn't be one caster complaining that they're getting trained into the ground with 700 interrupts. Or one melee perma-walking at a fucking Demo Frost Mage being unable to move for 2 minutes. Like, emphasis on match quality is, like, really important for there to be, like, any viability to solo queue. And I think kind of controlling comps is a big part of that. Even if the queues get longer for melee, because melee is generally the easiest role to play, except for, like, Rogue, I guess. And even then, Rogue's a lot easier than it used to be. Especially with, like, Outlaw and Asa and PV specs in general. But I never get any enjoyment from some 4 melee lobby, where everyone's just, you know, running around Warrior, Death Knight, Ret, DH, just, you know, AoEing each other in a 5 little square thing, not even moving. Not that satisfying. I think like one of the main things with WoW's kind of activity lately is just we're all in our 30s now for the most part, outside of a couple of Zoomers like Calvish and stuff. But most people, there's no like free range of this couple teams queue at night and these couple teams queue at noon and these couple teams queue at 6 p.m. It's like you queue at prime time or you don't queue at all, and everyone plays from like 6 to 8 p.m. and that's it, because that's prime time. And then even then, you're only fighting like 2 or 3 teams in a row every game, with very little variety. Because it's just, that's when people get off work and school and stuff, you know, it's just on the East Coast. There's no oversized community to the point where you can actually play at any time of day. Like, I can't go on Cataclysm, find teammates that I like, and start queuing up at noon. We'll just get a 5-minute queue to get a team like 400 points below us. And we'll kill them in the opener, and it won't really be a match. And we'll get 1 point. And we'll just have wasted like 7 minutes of our time. So then anyone I ask to queue is like, it's not prime time yet. Ask me again in a couple hours. So it's like really hard to like turn my stream on at 1 p.m. and play Kata. Because I like being done with a stream by the time my girlfriend's getting off work. Or her being off work for a couple hours at least. Not me starting my stream as she gets off work, since we live together, you know. and then just never getting to see her. But it's just so hard to play the first half of the day. Because there's just not much to do. Unless there's kind of retail-y solo queue type content, you know, but... Surprised he's playing NG goggles. You can't socket them. Oh, they fixed the Versa over 80. It was giving 0 when I had it. So. That's good to know. Hopefully we get a Q pop soon though. More options of playing WoW? I mean, yeah. I don't know if that counts as more options of playing Arena though. Doesn't translate that well. I have Asian, but the pet was behind me. I wasn't ready. Might be dead here. A lot of damage. Should have maybe timed the killing spree after. Actually, no, it was good because he coiled me anyway. I gotta say, I could use it for the damage reduction. A really small dark back because he was low HP. I'm actually dead because I didn't get the stun off. He was on stun DR for 1. That sucks. I cheated at an opener, but I pulled myself out of stealth. I don't know what causes Slice and Dice to, like, pull me out and do damage. Whenever I'm doing, like, the, I guess it's each time finishing moves consume 5 or more comp points. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I'm just rolling cosmic damage or something. I need to, like, slice before the duel starts. Is Outlaw fun? That's okay. I like that I can play Killing Spree now. While still having, like, the spam between the eyes playstyle. I need to do the slice before the duel starts. So I don't get pulled out. Also, I let myself get axe tossed in the opener. That was pretty bad too. No more dance for Outlaw. It doesn't really matter. They just made it easier to play. Because 6-second subterfuge with 2 vanishes is better than dance was. Thanks for the rugby rogue duels. No problem, man. this time. Apparently you took a Q or something, yeah. That's close. Either one of us could have died in like the next 2 levels. We're better in beta now. I mean, it helped a lot that they fixed Subterfuge, yeah. Outlaw to go to? I don't know yet. I'm just testing it. Like, I'm more tolerable of Outlaw than I am Asa. Asa's really boring. I do vanish for between the eyes, yeah. Or meld. Why do you hate Asa? Because it's not really playing Rogue. You just run around, you tab dot everything. And you can't gouge. You just, you know. AoE Growth is dumb. AoE Rupture is dumb. Crimson Tempest is dumb. You just run around tab dotting and AoEing and it doesn't feel like Rogue at all. It's just like an easier Feral Druid. Where you don't even have to worry about Cyclone. Asa just should never be the main Rogue spec. It should just be that I'm really bad and, you know, wheelchair spec. To, like, try and stat check people to, like, duelist or something. But it shouldn't ever be, like, the best way to play a tournament. Like, disrespectful to people that put in effort. Surge on the dragon. Like, if people hate Sub Rogue, I can tolerate Outlaw being in the middle. Where it's like half PvE, half play the game. Asa is just full PvE. It's a big part of the whole Mythic Plus dungeon meta bull stuff. Sub seems decent. It's not S tier like people are saying. It's like A tier. I feel like it's slightly better than it was in Dragonflight. But yeah, you're not like killing anything but a Windwalker in a duel on your own. You're just dueling for CC. You're doing the same micro CC, and you're either rupture padding with Deathstalker, or you're trying to get like a 2 million coup de grace with Trickster. I mean, no one on beta is playing Orc, but yeah, Orc would just be immortal. Flex my blind broke even though I canceled Blade Flurry. My Vanish didn't really line up that well with my AR. No energy to gouge that. Tried a defensive smoke bomb, but he might be dead here. Nice burrow. Grab away from the meteor. Any wear off me, bomb it defensively. Just barely had a ranged killing spree out of this Nova. Defensively killing spree. That actually like makes the damage delayed or whatever. I'm not playing Blade Rush, so I just can't get to this guy. Just retail stuff. I mean, people just don't play Kata until like prime time a couple more hours from now. But I got plans at that time, so today might just be an all beta day because I need some kind of solo content. But yeah, modern arena is literally just a Mythic Plus arena. Why I prefer Kata. It's just hard to find queues for it every day. Get a random ray. I top damn that game, but Surge just does his healing rotation better than the guy, I guess. I was 20 mil above second. I was bumping. I'd say if you're sub, human and orc might be better, but Night Elf is also still really good. Like it's close enough that it doesn't matter. If you intend to play any Asa or Outlaw, Night Elf is mandatory. How's Outlaw feel? I don't know. I don't think it's S tier. Neither do I don't think sub is S tier either. I think they're both like A. They're pretty similar though. I just don't think it's anywhere near DK, Warlock, Ellie, Frost Mage. Yeah, I don't think it's God mode. Unless you'd like to put every spec in the game in S tier, if you're like one of those people, then sure, but the PvE specs PvE much harder. That's kind of all that matters in modern Dragonflight and Dragonflight 2.0 within. It's just free stats, and 90-second trinket means you can like trinket aggro more to try to hit your win con. And then if sub is actually good, then you kind of have to be orc to survive sub, but in the mirror. The Dragonflight within, exactly. The PV rotation within. Adding this weak aura over here. get that hex off. The Stormbolt. Wasn't even going for it to be the immune. I was just literally melding to keep my adrenaline rush going. But I like got a point blank Stormbolt on accident. So the way Human Trinket works is it's 3 minutes and it's only stuns, but it shares a 90-second with real Medallion. So if you human a stun or Medallion any CC and vice versa, it'll put the other one on CD for 90. So you can kind of just rotate them both every 90 seconds and just trinket aggro more often. But if you're trinketing non-stuns, then it's still basically 2 minutes. Like if you trinket like a disarm or something, right? And then you put your stun trinket on CD for 90, then 90 later you trinket the stun too. 30 seconds early than your real trinket. Yeah, using them both. And it's just free extra mastery and Bursa. But usually the scaling on that is like better late in the expansion than early. Orc is always the same amount of attack power. Nah, I just came up with it randomly, Espresso. Doesn't really mean anything. Melt the shockwave on accident. The grapple bugged out. Oh, that's so tragic. I would have been fine. I had evasion so soon. I don't think his sub it's possible to lose to him just because Vanish CDR I think is bugged. And it gives you 22 seconds of reduction instead of 15. So like Crimson Vial, Vanish, Crimson Vial is so much healing, it's kind of crazy. You also get the Soothing Darkness healing. I'll try one of sub against this guy. Fury is pretty hard to 1v1 in general, but... It's like A tier. I don't think it's anywhere near the broken PV specs, but attack power is almost the same thing as agility in retail. In classic, agility is worth 2 attack power and gives you crit and dodge and a bunch of other stuff. On retail, agility is 1 attack power and attack power is 1 attack power. So it's kind of stupid to even differentiate the two. Secret tech macro. There we go. I was saying earlier is just Orc gives you the same amount of attack power at the beginning of an expansion as at the end. Whereas Human is just 2% more secondary stats. So the more secondary stats you get, the more powerful Human gets. At the end of an expansion, like, you know, 4 tiers in. Shouldn't have blades the opener. I got 2 Sepsis Shadow Strike teleports there, that's rigged. Same bug as all of Dragonflight. Sometimes it just lets you teleport multiple times, sometimes it doesn't let you teleport at all with Sepsis. Cancel the Devo. Guess I'm dead then. Oh, never mind, I just vanished, reset everything. That's literally Dragon Ball Z of us both blinking back and forth. Early 2000s, it is, man. Knowledge radio, dude. This one I don't have double vanish for, so I'm probably gonna die. Because his C's are kind of shorter than mine. I just didn't block, I guess. Never mind. Goes both ways. Oh, the blink bug, that's why. That makes more sense. Rogue's like A tier across the board. Asa might be the best. Sub and Outlaw do okay, damn, but they're not like Ellie, DK, Warlock, Frostmage level broken. Or like Resto Druid, Healing Dragon level broken. But yeah. It's still the same micro CC PvE. Those specs I just listed are the S tier. Then everyone else is kind of struggling. Might be dead because he finally got the kiting started. No, we're chilling. Actually, I'm actually dead. That sucks. He got the full Dragon Ball Z off to my Dragon Ball Z of mobility. I thought the sepsis would just kill him, but he just had another barrier. You shuffle? My bad. A sub? It's decent. I don't think I can solo anyone in a duel, but I have micro CC if people don't perm adopt the healer. But of course, the usual anti-sub whiners are gonna whine and put it at S tier, but it's not doing half the damage of LE, DK, Warlock, Frost Mage, unless the game is like 1 minute of no one pressing their defensives. I would say Asa probably will end up being the best, but I don't know. It's too early to tell. You also can play Deathstalker. Deathstalker is more Rupture Patty, though. Trickster with Coup de Grace is more burst. Yeah, you can get some bigger eviscerates with Deathstalker when you're consuming the mark. But the Coup de Grace are more than the Deathstalker mark evis is. Especially when you get to like 4 to 6 stacks of Flawless Form from just rushing your secret. Probably some combination of Asa Frost. I don't know what mage spec it'll be. Frost is the best right now, but Frost is gonna keep getting nerfed, I think. I don't think it'll be like some sub-Frost setup comp Paradise. I think it'll be some Asa Arcane Damp Fest still, probably. In the long run, after Frost gets nerfed like 2 or 3 more times. That's like my prediction, but could be wrong. It's too early to tell, really. They haven't done any tuning. I'm starting to like Trickster more, yeah. Deathstalker is just kind of Rupture Patty. Whereas if you play around Flawless Form and Coup de Grace, this is more burst for sure. I'm gonna try this. First orc I've seen on the beta. Proud of this guy. Not gaslighting. Feint actually feels good. It gives me stacks way faster, actually, than the Slice and Dice auto. Oh, someone just rage quit. Mage. Thank you, Reppy. Yeah, I had to make a weak war for Coup de Grace, and I'm just testing it out a little bit. What's Ballast Form do? It basically gives you more finisher damage. Every time you proc your 20-second ICD, or 20-second ICD on Backstab or Shadow Strike. Which you also get to proc it twice from Secret Tech. So you rush the Secret Tech early before Eviscerate, so you don't care about Deeper Daggers or anything. You just rush your Secret, get 2 more Unseen Blades in a row, then you're at like 3 stacks. And then you either get your 4th stack from Slice and Dice auto attacks, or taking damage with Feint. Which I'm testing which one procs more often. I feel like the Slice and Dice barely ever procs. I kind of have to just wait to get my 4th proc for a while. Plus, also really good to just open with Shadow Strike, because then you build your first stack before the Secret, and then Secret gets you to like 3. Messed up May. That was actually from the duel. Can Trickster work with Kyrian? Originally, people were saying Trickster is better for Kyrian because of this 25% combo point modifier. But honestly, even with Trickster, Kyrian hits for like 1.1 mil out of like 7 to 8 mil. I don't think Kyrian is that good in any build. Flag is too clunky and terrible and doesn't fit. Because there's already too many other passives you have to micromanage. I think just Kyrian is always dog shit. I tried like 3 different builds and it didn't feel that good. But like, you want to do so many Shadow Strikes as Trickster actually to build Coup de Grace. Naj X and Naj Y are both on Benediction. In general, it's a lot harder to fit Sepsis into. They are, yeah. Really. Blades has like everything in it but T. And then T just has like symbols in it. But yeah, usually I'll just press Blades if I want to on use. I didn't push in real 3s. The main mage I wanted to play with couldn't play the whole last week. Like Stockwind just ditched on IRL. And then I sent like 2 like YOLO Q sessions with people, but it just didn't feel good and I didn't even play the last day of the season. But I got Shuffle rank 1 in like a day, so. That seems like bloat. Yeah, it's just like Inevitability is also not that great. And then Perforated is also terrible. So the goal is to not do that many backstabs, period. Maybe Inevitability is okay, actually, because I am Shadow Striking a lot more. But yeah, a lot of times I just can't fit. But at the same time, Sepsis is like utility. Sometimes it's an extra teleport. It bugs and makes your Shadow Strike do more damage, which that's been bugged since literally the beginning of Dragonflight. Actually, since like Shadowlands, I think even. Because if you're like dancing with Sepsis, it doesn't consume the buff, and it keeps thinking you're doing an in stealth like Shadow Strike teleport, so it like buffs the modifier by like because like Shadow Strike in stealth does 25% more for like the teleport. So it buffs your Shadow Strike, and then sometimes it'll let you Shadow Strike teleport with Sepsis. Sometimes it's an extra cheap shot or sap without having to redance. It's like utility. I don't feel like I need my symbols to last like 2 globals longer or something, you know? Or a global longer. I think Sepsis is still like more value. But yeah, you can't really fit it that smoothly because you have to and sometimes it's just an extra macabre stack towards the end of your combo. Once you've gotten all the Shadow Strikes you need out of the way. So you use trinkets when human? Yeah. Human is your trinket. And then as Orc, you can do like 1 on use and NG gloves too. To still have something for every dance. Because dance is 1 minute, and on use trinkets are 2 minutes. On kata. Not blades, so. Blades now, but I'm not playing disarm. I was wondering why it wasn't going off. I was like trying to disarm him forever. Interesting, Gorma. I mean, Gorma is meant to be a capstone for a reason. But it would help with like energy issues. They would have to like go where inevitability is, and they'd have to like prune the bottom to just be, you know, 4 capstones instead of 5 to do that. But I don't think they would do that. I don't think it's necessary either. But it is a more fun. I would say Sepsis is actually a more fun button still than Gorma. It's just, it needs to be less buggy. Like, it needs to consistently let me do the Shadow Strike teleport when I want. If I'm, like, not dancing. And then just consume the buff. I mean, it's in all 3 trees. That's the weird one. Like, I think Flag is just Sub. Bone Spike is just Asa, and then Sepsis is in all 3 trees. Actually, maybe it's not on Outlaw anymore. It used to be a choice node on Outlaw. Yeah, Outlaw doesn't get any Covenant move, I guess, besides Kyrian being neutral, I guess. On the class tree, but... I know Asa can be Sepsis or Bone Spike. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Not whether Outlaw could get it. Actually, it's gone from Asa General too, I think. I don't even think I see it on Asa anymore. Sub Shuffle is playable, yeah. But I think it's like the best spec in the game in Shuffle, like people crying now. LEs and DKs are still very broken. And Warlocks and Frost. If it wasn't DFA, probably. BFA was terrible. But it's not that competitive. Like, it's not like tournament good. Unless like you're just Houghton playing one weird cheese comp that people don't get practice into. But yeah. I played a couple games of Outlaw today. Doesn't feel that bad. I don't know, Sub and Outlaw both feel like A tier to me. The mobility is stupid, but everyone's mobility is dumb. They don't really ever top damage, but like give good micro CC. I haven't played any Asa because I don't enjoy Asa. But maybe eventually I'll suck it up, but it's just like I only really want to play Asa if it's like mandatory to get rank 1 the last day of the season or like for a tournament. And the other specs aren't viable at all, but Asa's just too boring. It doesn't feel like playing Rogue. Why is my mastery so low? Oh, it's because I'm on my Night Elf Rogue, that's why. Not using crafted mastery neck or crafted rings. I have like I'm trading basically like 3 or 4% verse for like 12% mastery right now. I need to fix that later. Only my human rogue has that. God just chunked him. He had dots for that anyway, so it doesn't really matter he does it. Bomb the ulti so it doesn't go off. Hopefully he gets my fear one time, he's not going to. Thank you, Creations. Hope you had some good games. I got 4 stacks, 7 to coup de grace. Back to back. I would say Asa will in the long run probably end up being the best, because I think if Sub is good, it'll get nerfed probably, but Asa, I don't know where it's at. But I imagine all 3 rogue specs are A tier right now. With potential to go to S if they slow the game down and nerf the truly broken, like Frostmage, Warlock, DK, LE kind of specs, but yeah. I would say H-Pal feels really bad, Windwalker feels really bad. Dragon, Resto Druid are the best 2 healers by a mile. Disc is maybe 3rd. And Pugs with the raid as well. Sorry, I'm just only playing like 1 more hour. I was down to Q some Pugs, I'm sorry. We've been both phone tagging each other for like 3 days. It'll line up eventually. I'm gonna duel the ulti pen here when he goes for it again, since I don't have kick. Yeah, just trinket. Didn't he bomb here? Hit priest. Do a kidney on priest. Kill this guy Fury if I can. Well, because the LE solo in my ass. Send the 4 stack. Try to gouge priest into a kidney. Disarmed so I can't kidney. Sky Fury, Evasion, the Windwalker CDs. Send my stacks. I feel like it's like 90% the same game as Dragonflight. You just have a couple more passives that change your rotation a little bit. But it's still the same like micro CC and stuff. It's like artificial fake fast pass, you know. Like the pacing feels like fake fast, but not like actually as, you know, oh, I have to CC this guy's trinket as like Kata. Less prediction-y because everything you can just kind of use well in CC anyway. Blind off that. Try to gouge his trinket, but it's gonna break. Windwalker pop CDs, so I pop Evage. Banish him to the Shadow Realm real quick. I would say the rotation's a little more difficult even. Like setup comps are already not viable and you have like 3 or 4 more passives you're adding on top of the previous passives. And then you also have this also making setup comps even less viable too. So, I mean 5%'s not much, but it adds up. Especially if everyone was properly like playing Orc to just be immortal. You're like, Tuna? Sure. Go on the one that's not an Orc. Well, he gets off second blind. I don't think he will. Shadow strikes are really important right now. Sepsis is kind of like a almost utility button. It used to be nice to like fit in early because Shadow Strike wasn't that important. But you kind of have to Shadow Strike to build your stacks for Coup de Grace. And then even if you're playing Deathstalker and just playing more Rupture Patty, you still need to Shadow Strike to get your Deathstalker's mark up. Especially because Deathstalker's mark is bugged and doesn't work with Dance properly. It only works with like Stealth and Vanishes and stuff. So you're kind of forced into Shadow Striking way more for just hero talent passives. And then you can kind of Sepsis like more for the utility of it, but the only reason you pick it is just to go down the talent tree. Because Inevitability is also useless, and Perforated Veins is also too clunky and useless. So you just take Sepsis for occasional cool plays, but that's it. Like at the end of the combo, once you've gotten your whole proc off, you can kind of send it. Yeah, with Trickster, you want to rush the secret. Even if it doesn't like line up that well. Because it just lets you build two stacks. Get your big Eviscerate off. A bomb to get a sap here. Oh, I don't get it. Might be a little scared here. Not sure how my blind broke, but duel the elite just to save my Windwalker, even though I don't really have any damage. Big Coup de Grace might just kill. I'd Blades come back from the Vanish like the goal before he died too. Ret builds, I'm not sure. No, free Shadow Step is an Asa Rogue only thing, and it's a Deathstalker talent. Or a Fatebound, sorry. It's a Fatebound Asa talent. For Outlaw, it's double grapple, and then for Asa, it's double step. If you play Fatebound. RDHs? I haven't seen enough of them, to be honest. Bring it there and wall. Sucks is my blades. From a microed. Step kick healer in a sec. Nice leg sweep. Dow drop of it. Can't stop the spirit. And I get hexed here too. Eventually I'll get to play soon, but send a shitty secret just to build my stacks. It'll almost be up. Trickster lowers the CD of it anyway. But I have all my stacks. Continue the healer, come back to end the game. Secret tech's already 5 seconds from being ready on the second finisher there. I think it'll be Fatebound for Asa. It has like more utility. Even though it's more RNG, I think, but Deathstalker seems to energy starve Asa. Yeah, Sub can only pick Trickster or Deathstalker, and both are good. Trickster is more bursty, Deathstalker is more rupture patty. And then Outlaw, I've only tried Fatebound. I haven't tried if Trickster Outlaw is more burst, and then Asa can only be Fatebound or Deathstalker, and it's probably Fatebound. Yeah, I hate RNG too. Let me craft more crafted gear while I'm in queue. I need to craft 2 of these actually. Four bags. We are in queue, I'm just min-maxing a little more. I didn't realize they fixed the bug where this embellishment didn't used to work. We got slayed with the tier 1 3 months in advance. Hell yeah. Appreciate you. I guess I count that as times 3, right? Typing it up. Thank you, Slated. With that sucker breaking all my CC. Trickster also can break CC. I think Nimble can sometimes break. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does, I think. I'm not sure, though. This Windwalker hates my collecting spec so much. He was like doing slash stinky and slash sniff when he was going like, class is so overtuned on damn. Even though I was last place on damn every round. At least he's the only orc player I've seen on the beta, so I respect him for not gaslighting. Walls. I'm gonna dual disco here. Got trinket. Might just be dead here. Good swap from the priest. Didn't have melt for the hex. I need to come back or else I die. I think I'm still just dead. I have Van. I had Cloak, but I'm just greedy. I'm so trolling. I thought with the whole meteor missing and the whole snowdrift missing, I would maybe be able to live like one more global and then go, but everything randomly just AoE'd me even though they weren't even targeting me half of that. Got like 30-0'd in point one. Where's Outlaw? I was playing Outlaw the first like 2 or 3 hours. I'm just going back and forth just to have a control to compare it against. the dragon type solo or Zolo, but it was like all the mage. Unless he meant himself. But I dueled it like 10%. I was enjoying it. I was enjoying Outlaw a little bit, but do you think War Within will be a worthy expansion to come back to retail full time, quit in Shadowlands? Pretty much missed DF. Yeah, the main thing I tell you is it feels exactly like DF, but since you didn't play DF, I don't know how I can describe it. It's definitely way less scripted than Shadowlands. Very PvE pad. Rotation is 90% of the gameplay. There's a lot of CC, but none of it is long. It's just throwing a bunch of little micro CCs at someone to like harass them for like uptime. The pacing seems a little faster than Dragonflight so far, but not by much. This poor Windwalker, man. I didn't cloak, and then the mage doesn't block. Guy's not having a good day. Not even his fault. Oh, I almost had a sap for priest there. Getting triple feared here. Good kick from the dragon. I'll try to kick the next, but I'm stuck in roots. I have cloak in 2. Like that. Line gadge trinket. Not trinketing. Hopefully he gets me, but I might have just tried to go for too much CC there. And he just dies there. I had a really big go there, but I mean the dragon's a healer, but yeah. He is doing like 9 mil damage. The disc did more damage than me that round. I just got CC'd the whole ending. Every other round I was doing more, but that round I just didn't have that much uptime. I tried to do too much CC. Nah, Curion just doesn't do enough damage. Perforated is way too clunky to ever consistently play against like anyone with a brain too. And you can't do that many backstabs. Because you're usually like shadow striking and stuff trying to farm the hero talents for both specs. That's why it's harder to use Sepsis and Flag too. Because shadow strike is like too important now. into that, I think. We overlap kicks. Kill that guy in duel later for wasting his trinket. I duel the sleepwalk into a kidney on healer. Tries to time stop my kidney. He comes out early, but I get disarmed. I guess I can just blind him early, maybe. Okay. Fuck this poly on me, JK. Didn't have it for 20. He gets nullifies up now. I guess I just try to one-shot Windwalker after the karma. If I ever play my character. Trying to move my character, but I have the most damage here. I immediately get leg swept the second I pull the trigger. We actually lose. That sucks. I'm just getting micro CC'd way more this lobby. Last lobby was just really easy to kill the Blood Elf Windwalker most of the rounds, but a little harder to kill Orc unless he like griefs, but normally training the Ellie is okay, but Frost Mage just Omega doesn't let me move most of the game. Got all 3 nullies off. Disarmed on air. I haven't committed anything yet. Blind. My stacks there. DR cheap just for CC. Okay. Famine cloak. Dash that. Any Windwalker for cross. Run healer off that. Go blind on healer. Got trinket out of the way. Got the grounding. Got the Telling with Wrath. And so I don't get soloed. Kidney healer in like 2. Get the grounding for them. Stacks off. Get over Wrath. Get disarmed on CD. I mean, I guess the blades. Tried to kick Spirit Bloom. Dual healer for CC. Sleeps me. Penny Windwalker on his CDs. It's a YOLO sheep, love to see it. I think we're still just dead here though. I guess that was just a dragon diff, but we just threw one round with him on my team, I guess. But dragon is a much better spec. Just a free 6-0 for the drag. That's the meld macro I use, yeah. Outlaw. I watched the first couple hours of the VOD, so I'm getting off really soon. Probably after this lobby. Normally I do double of the Versa above 90. Do you think the Coup de Grace affects Cedar? I don't think it does. No. All those are good. DK's probably like the best class in the entire game. So is Ellie. And Warlock and Frostmage. Are like the top 4 by a lot. I mean, I would say Fury's like top of A tier. Probably maybe even above Rogue, I'm not sure. Maybe Rogue's better than Warrior, but they're both really good. But they're nowhere near a DK, Ellie, Frost, Warlock, I don't think. Those are just in a whole different league of their own. I'd say the best 2 healers are Dragon and Druid by a mile, even with the disc buffs. Not close. They just the only ones that do like actual healing. The priest just goes and breaks our blind. Nice. Could have blinded off that, but try to bomb for a sap off that. Coup de Grace. It didn't seem like my dance CD went up more than normal. And it comes out as a whole different damaging event on details too. Meld the bolt here. I could have maybe sapped that, but might be dead here. Actually, okay. Cloned it. Do we have slated gifted 5 more? Hell yeah. Thank you for the 5 gifties. Sorry, this is my last lobby of the day, but I appreciate the sub so much because I got dinner plans. I'm probably staying out till like midnight, which is like 6 hours. But I will be. I did an 11-hour stream yesterday, and I will be here tomorrow too, because I'm usually here 6 days a week. So, or after tomorrow, or no, tomorrow. Yeah, I'm here. It's normal. I feel it. After this coil, I have a really big dam. Big float to not just die to air. Find my kick. Find the penance. Might bomb to get a sap. Nah, I can't. Dodge though. Send a coup de grace on him. Not playing disarm. Probably should, but my barrel might die because of ultimate penance. So I'm not playing disarm for AR. Beige, kick shadow free, meld, to not die. Yolo bomb, even though I don't really have stuns for it, it's kind of bad. Dodge off that, but adaptive storm of course spreads and breaks it. I think we're just dead. I can stun Rogue to peel in too, but a few death procs. Full send. I think it's just an 06 for the HPAL, because HPALs aren't really that viable right now. I think if I didn't come back to peel, it would have been different. If I had disarm, it would have been different. But fix the disarm one. Yeah, I have a Wooting. I was like one of the very, very early adopters of the when the Wooting 60 first came out, like pre-ordering the first batch of Wootings even. I know all about Hall effect switches, they're great. Sure. Climb broke, lucky. The ouch broke, unlucky. Try to cloak the fear, doesn't go off because the game's laggy, I guess. Because I was mashing it. I think my lock's just gonna die here because we have an HPAL healing us. I think Destro still one-shots, you just have to use a certain amount of talents to do it. Like I fought an exploiter warlock literally yesterday. Unless they fixed it today, but unlikely. Statistics of rogue, subtlety, PP, and kata. What do you mean by statistics? Like, it is the only spec you can play in kata. For rogue. Asa and combat just don't have shadow step or like any mobility. They're too clunky. Fix lock today, that's good. I think this is just a healer diff. But maybe we can still carry this round or something. I'm not getting stacked, so I don't know why. There we go now, yeah. I was supposed to get 2 free ones from Shot Secret, and I only got 1 free one. The Hellstone there. The ball's really low, so he might die. That sucks. I would have killed if we didn't Hodge DR there for no reason. I had kick into Gouge Kidney. Probably dead here. Yeah, they can basically 0.9 you with just 7 mil bolt, 8 mil bolt in a row before the fix, I guess. And then Ruination was also like 4 mil, yeah. This is just a 3 and 3 because the H pile is just unfortunate. Like if my lock doesn't die here, we win. But possible. Flying for Pally out of this. That's for retail. Shoutouts, I go 7% hit, 20% expertise, and then full crit, like 33 crit with PV gear. But if your gear is terrible, you should prio 5% hit, then having 28 to 30 plus crit, then 7% hit, then expertise. That's basically the same game as Dragonflight, but it's viable. You'll see it in tournaments. But I just gave up. If I get like an insta queue, I'll play one more. If not, I gotta go soon, but we'll see if I can fit one more in or not. I don't know if this embellishment does work, actually. It also has increased by 0. Zero list isn't working? Should work. Works for me when I click it. This link doesn't work to you? I don't know why he's playing 5% hit though. It's kind of dated now. But it's the same PV pieces. I just do 7% hit on my reforging instead. Yeah, Subterfuge works now. I'm like 2300 on sub and Asa. Or I haven't played Asa, but 2300 on 2 sub ropes, like MMR. Oh, this one's like 2-2, I guess. The other one's 2-3. The queues got too long at 2-3, so I had to make a second rook. on the beta. It's the one in the link, Josie. It is for Cataclysm. Just don't click the second link. Click the first one. I'll update the commands later, but yeah. All three rogue specs kind of seem A tier. I don't know what I like the most. I mean, sub is what I always want to be good the most, but not usually how it works out. I have no idea for Frost Mage. Yeah, it's basically just the same thing from Dragonflight. We got a quick queue, so we'll do one more lobby, and then I got dinner plans after this. Fury is up there, but I don't think Fury is Death Knight, Ellie, Frost, Warlock tier either. They're just kind of on their own with Rest of the Druid and Provoker. Like, it's like clear that those like 6 are like the best. Like, that's the best 2 healers. That's like the best 4 DPS. And then Fury might be like top of A tier. It might be above Rogue. It might not. I think Rogue might be better than Fury still. But even if they like reopen up S tier by getting rid of the true Giga broken specs, then the game will just feel too slow paced. Those are the only things that are like doing damage. I don't know. Like Duel can't solo anything but a Windwalker, maybe. Assuming they're not Orc with no trinket and already at 60% and I get crits. Like if I Blades Duel someone no trinket. And that's even with me playing Coup de Grace for like more burst too, instead of playing just more Rupture Pad Deathstalker. Yeah, the set bonus is good. I got a good tier set. I didn't enchant my bracers. Or new boots. I just made these. It's annoying you can't put sockets on crafted gear that isn't ring and neck, like for belt and bracers, but go back to the lock. Shadow Crate. Getting a little early, but I guess I'm cloaking because I'm getting one shot. Blind off that. Finish early so I don't get micro trying to get the sap. Getting MD'd, I can't stop it. That I guess. Might just be dead here. Step just cheap shot the barrel, then I cannot commit dance or anything. I'll cloak the ulti. So he does a little less healing with it. My mage is getting soloed by the feral. Because he life cocooned me. But I had defensives. I mean, I guess I had no trinket. I wasn't stunned or anything though. Sucks the mage did the one DR sheep. I don't think he has a DR tracker or something. And most of our CC AoE broke to air. Failed to get a resap. I have the most damn here. Overlap kicks. Try to continue the healer, but there's no trinket, we just kill here. I like a trickster a lot, actually, yeah. That stalker feels too rupture patty. A good coup de grace is like a couple million extra bursts sometimes. It's kind of clunky though. Like in this lobby, with how much we're just swapping back around. Deathstalker is probably better in this lobby. What's the Abyss proc? You get it from like backstabbing on an ICD, but if you secret, it lets you basically have no ICD. So if you rush the secret early, you can get like 3 procs really quick. And then you also get proc from auto attacks with slice and dice too. So I rushed the secret even though it's supposed to be shitty. And now I just built 2 more stacks. Then slice and dice built me a 4th stack, now I already have 4. Then I can just duel this guy, do a couple extra million bang. And secret takes a shorter CD, so it's already back again. So I'm just gonna send a shitty secret. Literally just so I can build procs. Bomb this. It's also an extra gap closer. Like I could just coup de grace over the mage with my stacks. I get life cocoon. Maybe sap the feral out of that. Build 2 more stacks because of secret. And then I have another coup de grace. Also gives you more cooldown on blind too. Yeah, you have to read all of these to like truly get how to play around it. And also you just get like a crazy amount of flawless form stacks if you do it right. So it's like a 20% finisher modifier or more. And then this just lets you build stacks really quick too. Controls king? Nah. I thought you meant play the honor talent control as king. I didn't know you were just complimenting me. Crafted gear's good, yeah. It has like a crazy sap range too. Oil. Grab my soul even though I cloaked it off. I don't know why he's gripping me. Secret, so I get 2 stacks. Hopefully I get another stack from auto attacks. Don't yet. Hit me into a blind. I'll stun this guy just to feel. I sap real quick, come back to kill the feral. Going into wall, I don't care. Stun my stacks. He revivaled, so it saved him. Step just teleport back after the step kick. I'm gonna die really soon. Can't sap the guy. Send my stacks. Go resap. Get 2 stacks from secret. Died a random warlock AoE piss. Set my healer to not die. Good blind soon off this. Kick fair. Bomb to maybe get a sap. Got it. Come back to kill the feral. Send a shitty secret just because I want stacks. It'll be up by the time I have stun DRs already. Because of Vanish CDR. And just Trickster in general giving it CDR. Send my stacks. My fucking barrel gets, or mage gets soloed to air. Oh, that's so annoying. That means I only get 2 wins probably, because that's the only round this Mistweaver is going to win, I think. Really heavy. Unfortunate. Yeah, Rupture Pad would probably just do more pressure in this lobby, but it's really just a tab target. It's not really a burst someone down lobby. I think it's like A tier. It's nowhere near like Ellie, Death Knight, Warlock, Frost Mage, but your CC is still insane. Stop our kicks. Now just for the Shatter Strike teleport. Bomb this. A Shatter Strike with 4 calm points just to get the stack. Secret. I think we're still just dead here to air. Farrell's just soloing people every round, man. It's crazy. First time I've seen a Farrell actually win a lobby. He's like doubling my dam. Guess it's just a 6-0 for the Farrell then. Actually, I cheesed him 1 game, so I get 3 wins. I thought this Warlock and Mage would be able to tank him better, but they just get soloed every game. I don't think Feral damage is comparable to Ellie or Death Knight either, though. Or Warlock or Frost. Like, they're all in a different universe than anything else in the game. Usually Feral's kind of similar damage as me. I think they're just putting too much micro CC on me or something, and not him. So he's getting to have fun. Also, I don't think I've ever been dispelled once in my life. Chaos Bolt. Blind off that. No SDR. Should still get the sap. It breaks to nothing. All the hero talents for every single spec breaks CC. Doesn't matter if you're Trickster or Deathstalker. Stones from 10 to 50. The wall actually saves him even though he walled way too low. I'm actually probably gonna die in the next couple of levels. I cloak in 1 second. I cheat death procs. With your meteor. That's the life swap. Good light cocoon. My Feral's a little scary too, though. Pick the quick Soulfire proc. I have a defensive bomb in 1 if I don't just die here. Wants to save me, but can you lock out of that? Just live. Yeah, 3 mil bite. 2.6 mil bite. 3 mil bite. If I was Deathstalker, I probably could have had like a 1.6 of this, though. I think that was a better Deathstalker lobby than a Trickster lobby. Too clunky to play around stacks there when I'm getting mage locked. But Sturge with the raid, I'm actually getting off, so I guess I'll just pay it forward to someone else. That was literally my last game. I got dinner plans. I'm sorry. GG's on the beta earlier. Your dragon's pumping. But yeah. Anyone you have in mind for me to second hand throw the love back? Yeah, really bad on the timing. My bad. Any input anyone you want? We're still in here. Yeah, everyone here. I am live 6 days a week. Follow the stream. Markers. I was letting Sturge pick since he rated me. That way he doesn't regret rating someone. But let me see. Actually, I could play one more hour. I could play one more hour. I have plans with dinner, but I think I was told I can actually play one more hour. Hell yeah. They're just wanting to be early to being early. Oh, actually, never mind. We're staying a little longer. Hopefully the queues are still quick. Do I send the next one as Outlaw again, or do I stay sub? I'm gonna make a poll. Right now, subs in the lead, 2 votes. I did play Outlaw the first like 3 hours of the stream. Right now, subs up 2-0. So I don't have my acid gear set up. Alright, subs up 5-0. No one really voted. We're staying sub for the next lobby. I'm sorry, guys. Vanish shield's bugged? What, like coming out of stealth? The 1.5 second window, I've been trying the Vanish shield more to not pop out. But yeah, there's a lot of like DK and Warlock stuff that just pulls you out a mile away, I think. I tried putting Cancel Aura in my Vanish, and that seemed to help a little bit too. I just gotta find some duels real quick while we're in queue. Hopefully the queues pick up though. Let's go bad that I accidentally stealthed, so I give him the opener. I was trying to switch talents mid-duel. Maybe I could just send it here though. If I didn't bomb, I could have switched specs, but forgot I can't while it's on CD. How's Outlaw feeling? Outlaw felt good the first couple hours I played it today. It seemed like it was doing more damage than sub. And really mobile. This guy's playing Succubus, so I'm just gonna play the opener a little slow. Foils? I don't see a pet sack buff. I'll duel just in case. Oh, I don't have duel. Big coup de grace this. Take that. Look out to the next cast. And I'll meld this one just to be annoying. And I'll van for the CDR and for another kick. $1.8 mil coup de grace. Okay. Can't Q max truffle, max level? I haven't seen that. Is it just like on a new fresh character or what? Does it look like? The arachnophobia mode not. Just made and old? That's weird. I'm in a queue right now, so. Makes me not want to leave my queue. And it makes me scared that the queue's not going to pop, but we'll see. Alright, both our stacks. Switch to disarm. Not sure what happened to my stacks. Don't remember doing any of this, but. Way too close. PPT was closed if you log out? Well, I guess I'm never logging out. Yeah. Actually, I have to after this game. They'll probably fix it by the end of the night. I don't know how they managed to break that one randomly. Did he reflect my coup de grace somehow? I like one shot myself. Oh no, I hit him for 900k instead of like 2 million. I don't think it reflected actually. Oh, the Mechanome yells are so funny. Gonna meld immune Stormbolt when he jumps right here. Holding the button. Actually, he's just not doing it. Got his Mechanome passive there. I'm actually gonna die because of that. That's crazy. Ah! Actually. So obnoxious. At least we're still getting pops. I was playing Crackshot, yeah. I don't know if it's T or Cold Blood though. Or if it's Fatebound or Trickster. Yeah, it's still more or less just a Crackshot build. Yeah, that guy's healing's crazy. No cheat death? Yeah. This seems like a pad lobby, so we're gonna just play, play this build. Gouge 25-second CT, really? It's on Wowhead? Fast tuning, August 6th. I was pumping way more there. I had so much more rupture damage from these talents. It's also like these too. I'd imagine it'd be for both, right? There's no way they would nerf Gouge for PvE. Don't see it. It's pretty good, yeah. I don't think it's like DKLA tier, but you have good utility if people don't. If people actually let you CC a healer and don't break every CC in the game. Actually, Buffett Frost, that's insane. They're like Giga S tier. $2.8 million death mark of this? Okay. This might just be better, actually. That's more than a whole coup de grace right there. One day I will get dispelled in a shuffle. It will happen. Just randomly getting one shot by an affliction lock. First round of top damage in a while. Yeah, maybe Deathstalker is just better for shuffle flat out. I think in 1v1 Trickster is good. I don't know. I've been going back and forth with good Trickster lobbies where I still 6-0 as Trickster too. Because I feel like I can 100-0 in burst more with duel, but I don't know. The rupture pad is such a big deal, kinda. It is cool to see like a really big abyss too. It's like a Feral Druid bite right there. It's annoying that it breaks all the CC over and over again. IPF. I might just be dead here. I was gonna do the fattest duel right here too. I didn't have duel for a minute. I think my lock dies. Really big of this, but I had marks. Good fear. Going for a bit. Meld wouldn't give me a Shadow Strike teleport there. I had a blind off this, but I'm just dying. I have all my defensives in 3 seconds. Cloak, evade. Karma micro fist. This on him as well with Mark. Blinded DK to try to live, but I'm just dead, yeah. Rip to 6-0. Night Elf will be the best if you intend on playing any Asa or Outlaw, yeah. I think there's arguments that Human and Orc can be better for sub if sub is good, but... Actually, if I could bomb that link, that'd be sick. I wish. That'd be too OP though. Kind of bullshit and got it, but it's fun. Gouge is already 25? Oh, it is, okay. I don't mind that. Well, no one's playing Ray. Ray's not that good right now. There's too many micro stops for it. And in general, there's like other ways to do more damage. People don't even pick Ray right now on the beta. DK's just getting soloed by the Feral. Bomb to get a sap. Stays combat. Can't get in front to gouge. I have a blades if I ever get to this guy. I'll disappear on me. Eventually I'll move my character. I have a cloak out of this, but my DK might be dead here. I don't know what he has left defensively. Got the grounding for them. 2%. Thank God. Alright, so let's peep these changes real quick, right? Make sure I even have the right ones. So it's on Wowhead, right? August 6th. Basic, right? What do we got? Strang is now 4 instead of 5. Frost Reaver Nerf for Frost. 40% attack power scaling on Exterminate. Not sure if this is different. Guessing it's compared to value -8 or something. So this got like a 30% nerf. This is not very clear. From 80% effective in PvP to half effective in PvP. PvP off. If you log out, it doesn't let you queue anymore, apparently. That's what people are saying. So this should be 10% stamina. I think it's 50% nerf, yeah. It's not very clear how that reads with the tooltip. How that's data mined, I guess, but let's see. So 25% nerf to barrier, I guess, amount. I just don't get what they put with these value like here. I don't know if it's just moving from one nerf to another nerf. Yeah, a little bit of barrier nerfs, that's good. I don't think cooldown is the problem with Clash. It's a funny ability, but I guess Holy Priest got a spell power buff on a few things. Mind games is definitely useless. I don't know if this is enough still, but like any self-healing just out-heals mind games instantly. It's not like someone kills themselves with self-healing with mind games anymore, like Shadowlands, but there's definitely a middle ground between how good it was in Shadowlands being too good and how bad it is in Dragonflight and War Within. I think even doubling it's not enough. But there is like I'm kind of in the mix where it's scary, but you don't accidentally one-shot yourself. But mind games is a fun ability for sure. But I don't think that's enough of a buff. And then Middle Intent might actually work. No, it still says 0 to 1 Versa. Yeah, Gouge 20 to 25 second CD. That's the only rogue change. Okay. Is this a buff? 89 to 98%. I hope they didn't buff Ellie. That's kind of hard to read, but Ellie was already Giga S tier, one of the best specs in the entire game. Yeah, it seems like they're just buffing Ellie, even on the honor talents. That's crazy. Well, I guess they nerfed Volcanic Surge, but I don't fully understand these though. Because obviously this is a nerf. This is a nerf. This is a nerf too. I don't think I've ever seen anyone press Earthquake, so I don't think that matters. I guess most of these are nerfs. I just got confused at these. At Overload, but maybe people don't even play Overload. And then you said for Warlock, are these buffs or nerfs? I can't really tell because they're not like actually written out changes for the data mining. I thought they were maybe like changing the PvP modifiers on things. It looks like a nerf, yeah. Like a 14% nerf to this and huge nerf to that. I mean, Agony got like a 25% nerf, I think. in PvP. Then Haunt got 2.5 times in PvP. Or is that a 4? I think it's a 4. Okay, Haunt got nerfed pretty hard then, actually. Actually, I could just zoom in, huh? Okay, no, Haunt got 2.5 times. Okay, that one looked like a 4. Yeah, Haunt got buffed to, like, kind of go up for the Agony nerf. And the Drain Soul nerf. UA got a really slight buff. Observer got halved. Surprised they didn't gut, like, Dark Pact or anything. Still in cute. There's Azerite changes. I don't think that's relevant. Sorry to leave. I thought I did too. And then I got a raid, and then my girlfriend told me we had like an extra hour. She was just wanting to be early to being early. So hopefully we can get a Q pop. I gotta go in like the next 20-30 minutes. As of right now, what's the best rogue spec on the beta? Honestly, I have no idea because I haven't played Asa. I'd say Sub and Outlaw are pretty similar. They're both like A tier. Some people are putting Sub in like S tier. Think of like Ellie Shaman and like DK and Frost Mage and like Warlock got gutted, then Rogue would sneak into S tier. But those are like so far above everything else in the game, it's not even remotely close. Same with like Resto Druid and Dragon against every other healer. Like Disc got some crazy buffs, but I don't think it compares still. But yeah, even if Sub is good, it will get nerfed very quickly. That's been the theme of the last 12 years. I would love for Sub to be the best way to play for like the highest level, like tournament level. If it did comparable damage to the other two specs. Even if it nerfed a little bit of the utility. And mobility. But it's very unlikely that's going to be the case. Yeah, Unholy DK is usually always the best way to play on DK. Yeah, the animation lock on Coup de Grace is really weird. I've had it make me gap stuns a few times on like dual combos for it. But it is cool that you could use it for mobility. Look, Coil. 8. That was pretty busted right there. I think Deathstalker is just better than Trickster actually. I was enjoying the Trickster, but I think the rotation is more fun on Trickster. Even though I hate rushing Secret Tech early without like deeper daggers or anything or macabre stacks. Feels terrible to do. I mean, ideally, I wish they would just kill Secret Tech, period. I'm gonna test something on the target dummy. It seems like, if it's hit for 2 mil, I mean, that's way too high. But yeah. I mean, it already hits for 2 mil, kind of, if you have Deathstalker more typed up. Or Cryptic Raw. But yeah, if I'm at 1 stack, right, and I send that, does the Secret Tech benefit from it or nah? That's what I'm confused about. Like, I don't fully understand Deathstalker that well, actually. Like, I get when you do the last stack, you get the big eviscerate. But when if I end my stacks on Secret Tech, it consumes the stack. So does that mean your third stack has to always be Evis? Because if I do a Secret Tech here, right, with 1 stack remaining, it does remove it, but I don't think it buffs the Secret Tech. So that would just have to be an Evis, because I don't see the buff that gives me the Evis crit. Oh, here it is, actually. Darkest Night. Never mind, I understand it better now. Well, it doesn't really matter then, if I end with a secret. Okay, I was like trying to make with a third of this always that. That's good to know. Way too many buffs actually, doing that. So stats real quick, yeah. I don't know what's keeping me in combat. Oh, my finishers are still just going off? Okay. I don't know if I need to track this actually. Piss modifiers, yeah. That still doesn't work. Yeah, double dagger I think is still better. Just more energy and calm point procs. Ruptures on everything. Let's do it. I think we're still just dead to air. I got 2 out of 3 of the nullifying stuff. Dodge that. I have a big eviscerate. Try to go dragon with it if I can move. Can't. I have a huge evis crit. Earl has wall still, but yeah. At least knowing when I have the big abyss is helping a little bit, actually. I wonder if the DK damage nerfs are already in, because that's the closest I've ever been to a DK. I was only 10 mil behind instead of like 40. You dead here. get knee for healer in a sec if I can get there. Spoiler, I can't. Flashes me back in. I have a huge abyss, so I just have to cheap shot him in one. I don't know what killed the Windwalker. Can't see it in the duel. Yeah, Gouge is already 25, so I'm guessing they're in. I didn't relog or anything to like apply it. So. Tracking this is helping a little bit actually, now that I made a weak aura for this. And putting the Deathstalker's stacks at the front of my Bitter Blizz. Like a higher prio debuff so I can like kind of just not overly swap. Because if you swap around too much, you end up resetting your stacks. Like you're really committed to making sure you keep spending the combo points on the same guy. I was like swapping around too much before. So I spent all my stacks, I have a proc. Now I can hold on to the proc actually. Or the Feral can just bite his head off. I was gonna showcase holding the proc for a second to go dragon, even though he was DR, but we're acting like my dam was over, but the healing dragon did 7 mil damage there in the opener. That's crazy. He actually outdamaged me. The game was like a couple globals long. That wasn't just the Feral, the dragon did a lot of that. Swapped him with the stacks. Got his emerald. We'll just duel just to stop the healing on the teammates. Look, the fly stun. My Windwalker might just die to air though. Now we're spending our stacks on Feral. So we have all of our stacks. Huge abyss. So we don't want to overswap because DK's already at 2 out of 3 stacks. Actually, I just built more stacks on him somehow. Lucky. Swap. Big man sleep. The Windwalker's just gonna die because I'm trying to get Nully stacks off. I should have just tried to kill the Feral there with Bomb, but I thought he would live a couple more globals because we had a Resto Druid, that I could just get all the Nullies there. But too much. Guess the monk's just going 06. Well, it's 2 healing dragons. Never mind, there's not even a Resto Druid. I'm just fried. What a lot of shuffle does to the brain. Emerald. Just duel it so it's not healing his teammates. Walk this guy with a huge abyss. Have a huge abyss ready. Bombing this. Got the nullies off. Have the most damn here if I live like one more global. just be dead here. I have a huge Abyss ready. And playing around the mark a little more and not swapping, even though I want a rupture pad, does feel a lot better actually. I was only 8 or 13 million behind a DK. That's insane. Yeah, the big eviscerates are after you spend all your marks on one guy and have the buff. After I made a weak aura to track this buff, it helps a lot. Darkest Night or whatever. Sometimes it's like I always thought it just had to be on the third stack, that the third finisher had to be an eviscerate, and that I was like bugging my stacks out a lot, and I would over swap around too much just to like over tunnel rupture pad. But actually trying to play around the one shot, this definitely bursts way harder than Trickster. Trickster's actually not that great then. He's at 2 stacks. His karma. Apparently Slice of Dice did not doom the stack. Alright, we have the stacks. We're gonna swap the healer now. Big bang. Have another stack. 2.3, okay. Yeah, that's busted right there. That's actually busted. That's a feral bite right there. I saw a feral bite for 3.2 mil, but yeah. 2.6 on that bite, but that's gonna, yeah. Silverbook's not allowed to do that. This is kind of my weak core for all of my rogue buffs in general, so you might want to just delete what you don't want, but it's in the row right here. Darkest Night. But it's really easy to make one. You just literally hit new, icon, spell name, Darkest Night. That's it. You're done. Yeah, let me put all this in here. It's like all my rotational rogue stuff. That might be, yeah, if I play around that more, maybe Trickster was a little bit of a bottleneck actually. Yeah, this is just way more. Am I late for dinner? No, we're leaving like right now. So I gotta run some ads. We're just early to being early, apparently. So I'm gonna run some ads and I'm gonna head out now. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, thank you for the subs. Appreciate you all. See you guys tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get some Kata games soon, but yeah, Deathstalker is definitely way better than Trickster. So. I just had to change how I was playing around the Deathmark more.